Frostad was doing with our Judge Tim, and we'll find out how he comes through on that. And he is going to be receiving a $25 cash award today, and that is going to be sponsored by Joan Frucci Memorial. And what did Caleb end up doing for a poster, Tim? Can you tell us about it?
Yes, we have a great project where he, took a subject that is not that easy to figure out for individuals who don't raise ducks. One of the hardest things to figure out is, do I have a male or a female, especially when you have a particular breed that there is not a color differentiation between the male and the female. In his particular example, he is showing secondary sex characteristics for both the male and the female. He has a very good outline picture showing characteristics of the feathering, tail feathering for the female and the male. He also had two very good QR codes, which our facility didn't quite lend the opportunity to hear those, but he did have it recorded. He did have it all very well set up and very clean, clear pictures on a very balanced board, well deserving our first place. Let's give him a round of applause as we move into our egg.
Again, that was Caleb Frostad, and he is coming through with a $25 cash award. Again, that was sponsored by Joan Frucci Memorial. And she was big in her kiddos for having her chickens. She was very genuine and enjoyed having her chicken flock. Okay, next up we are going to be doing our white egg contest. Looks like these have been in the fridge, so they've got some moisture on them, but Tim's taking a look at them. He's looking, it looks like, at the pastels first, going on the back way. So in the egg class today for the pastels, we have Adam Schollerman, Brianna Swenson, and Tyler Tungland. Some different facts about our chickens. Standards versus bantams. The standards, of course, are the bigger birds. They can weigh 7 to 10 pounds, generally when they're full grown, and your banties are going to be only 3 to 5 pounds. So as you're looking at getting chickens and everything, can you have the bigger bird? Of course, you're going to get the bigger eggs as well. So as we're judging the eggs and everything, you'll see he's got his little egg scale there, and he's kind of checking them out, whether or not they're banty eggs or whether or not they're standard eggs. So the kiddos had to kind of make the best decision as far as what 6 eggs they would bring, so that they're all kind of uniform. Something that the kiddos are learning how to do, which we think is a neat opportunity for them. Now he is judging our brown egg class. In there we have Andy Ashland, Kate Schollerman, Matthew Schollerman, Brianna Swenson, Taylor Tungland, and Tyler Tungland. And as I was going through some of my poultry books that I have at home, words or phrases that you use today going out in the modern world and talking about it. You talk about a bad egg, well, that's an unsavory person. You talk about a cackle, that could be a derogatory description of loud laughter. This one my daughter will say, I'm mad as a wet hen, I'm furious. So mother hen, a kindly person but perhaps smothering a woman. Nest eggs, that's your savings. Pecking order, rank social order from high to low. A peep, sound that you might make. Who rules the roost? Who's the domineering one in the group? You're no spring chicken anymore. You're no youngster. So there's lots of different verbiage that we use in today's world that actually has relation back to our chickens. As we are going forward with our poultry show and everything, today our hens are going to be classified as an adult female that has laid eggs for 6 months. A pullet is known as a female chicken, usually less than a year old or until she has laid her first eggs. A rooster or a cock is an adult male chicken. The cockerel is a male chicken less than a year old. And a capone is a neutered male chicken castrated like steers and geldings. They're more trackable and gain weight better. They're considered especially table fowl. Any breed of chicken can be caponized. So there's your interesting information there. Some more information as far as when the chicken is getting ready right before they lay an egg. They secrete a bloom is what it's called over the egg, and that just kind of helps seals the pores of the egg. An egg, as long as you do not scrub it up when it comes in from the hen house, it can actually sit on your counter for up to a week and still remain fresh. But if you do scrub or wipe the eggs off, that bloom becomes non-existent then on the egg, and they immediately have to go to the fridge. I did learn some other interesting facts. You can actually freeze raw eggs, but you have to divide them or scramble them up. If you scramble them up, you can actually freeze that egg and bring it out at a later time. You cannot leave a yolk and a white separated and put them in the freezer. So you can take the egg yolk out and put all the egg whites together. And I believe they were saying that freezing them in an ice cube tray, that each one of those trays would be classified as one egg white. So there's some interesting things that I've been kind of researching as far as how to keep eggs fresh or using them in different ways. We need all the egg exhibitor kiddos. If you could by chance come up to the back of the table, please. That way then our TV guy can see them. We can make sure that we get you the recognition too. Your microphone is on top of the cage. Sanitized, gotcha. Not a problem. Our world has changed. Microphone, yep. Because we're live streaming, we want to make sure the kiddos can, grandma and grandpa on the internet can see them and hear what's being said.
Okay, these half a dozen or so, regardless of color variety. I just, they have some areas that they need to improve. I did not rank this bottom. I just went through them. So doesn't matter if you're the first one or last one or whatever. There's just something about them that didn't kind of raise up to the top, and I just like to point out a couple of things for next year when you put together your egg classes and so on. So Adam, in yours, if you look at this, we have some size variations between egg right here and one right here. And if you put it on the scale, you'll see that this egg is not weighed the same as this one, so you've got a great difference in there. So that's one thing we'd like to make a little bit more balanced for next year, all right? So here's yours, Tyler. Okay, so Tyler, there's a couple of problems with yours. You see that you've got lighter pigmentation in the shell. You've got some size differences. You've got a longer egg here. You've got a larger grade egg, graded egg right there, longer. We're trying to be just a little bit more balanced in the egg formation. There's yours, Matt. Matt, if you looked at yours, you see that you've got a site. Now, granted, it may have been your only choice, just like we have when we pick out our chickens or poultry for the classes. But not only was there a size difference, but you also had a color difference there. So we're trying to balance it out so that even if you brought me 6 of these, would be better than the 6 right here, just for uniformity and trying to balance out your 6 eggs. Okay, there's yours. Who's Kate? Okay, Kate, kind of the same thing with his. It's a nice set of eggs here, but we've got some size and color differences that just kind of, when we get into some of the top ones and you hear me talk about them, you'll see that we need to just balance them out just a little bit more for yours. Nice set of eggs. Andy. Okay, Andy, on yours, you look at yours, we've got some color variation. The sweating isn't it, but the sweating also kind of brings out the color differences here. We've also got a little bit of size difference between the eggs. The weights aren't too bad, but when we start bringing the eggs and looking at them, we've got a little bit of size difference, and that kind of pulls them down a little bit on yours. So Taylor. Okay, so in yours, we've got a color variation. You have right there, you've got darker one right there. The pigmentation and the modeling on your shells are different. So if they all look like that, great. But they don't. So, that's one of those things, we've got this, some color variations that we like to balance out next time. Tyler, on yours, not only do we have a little bit of size variation, but we also have a little bit of grade. That's about a medium, that's a low large, so as we're trying to balance those out, we're looking for a little bit more uniform on those eggs there. Nice set of white eggs, okay? Now, Okay, so Tyler. Okay, so Tyler, here again, very good uniform balanced set of 6, except we've got our color differences. And so we got a light color here, darker color here. We're also a little bit on the size, but I think your balance helped elevate you into the top 4 versus some of the others that we have. So he would be my honorable mention person. Nice set. My next was Brianna. Brianna, you're going to be 3rd. This is really close. You know, you can't see the, well, if I get out of your way, you can, but you can't see this as well as I can on these 6. But this is these top 3 are very close in my opinion because they balance through very well. They're all about the same size. The color pigmentation is uniform, and the shape of the egg is uniform. They're not round. They're not oblong. They're a nice balanced shape to their eggs. Brianna has a nice balanced set here. She's got one that's just a little bit off, and she's got one that's got just a little bit of fading in that shell. We call them windows. You see that there's a little bit lighter coloring there. So we'd like to balance that out just a little bit more, but that's kind of the shell component, not necessarily how fresh or old the egg is. So that's 3rd. She's 3rd. Then in my opinion, gets really close in the top 2. The one thing, and I have no preference. Now, here's a good question for the audience. Which egg, a brown or a white shell egg, is better for you nutritionally, regardless of the breed of chicken, if the chickens are fed the same feed? Which is better? The white? How many think the white? How many think the brown? How many think they're the same? They are. But you can get a whole lot more for those brown shell ones at the farmer's market. Anyway, they're basically the same if you feed them the same. Between these 2, I'm going to go with in first, the white over the brown. Brianna would be 2nd, and Andy would be 1st. The only thing that I would change about the brown, who's Brianna? Okay, come here. If you look at the eggs like this, very well balanced, very uniform, put them on the scale, they all, perfect except you start pulling them out. This one has a slight calcium deposit right here, and if you look at the rest of them, they're about like peas in a pod, almost perfect, except that itty bitty thing right there. Personally, I don't eat shells, so I don't care, but that's one of those cosmetic things that you just kind of go, okay, you're 2nd. And Andy, very nice uniform white eggs, and they're clean. I don't see staining. There's just a slight size difference, but they grade the same. So, you know, when they're running through the egg farms and they're going through and they're getting scaled, they're all going to grade through, regardless if they're this big or this big. They all grade through, and so very nice set of eggs in first place today. Let's give Andy and the other egg exhibitors a round of applause as we move into our next class.
Okay, so the results of the last class. First place today and going for $25 was Andy Ashland, and this is being sponsored by the Dennis Purchase Memorial. Second place is going to go to Brianna Swenson. She received $15. Third place went to Brianna Swenson with the pastel eggs, and honorable mention was Tyler Tunglin. Okay, then our next is our processed birds. In our processed birds area, this has already been judged, so Tim can take a little bit of a break. Okay, and Kelsey, would you hand those out to the kiddos? The broiler project was, the birds were given in May to the kiddos. Connie Purchase wrote according to the fair book and everything, she wanted to make sure. The birds were first judged on the live weight. The preferable weights were from 3.5 to 6.5, or 6 pounds for all three animals, and they needed to be close in weight. The feeder conformation, like all animals, meat chickens should be sound, and they need to walk on a proper set of feet and legs and move freely and easily. Obvious extremes in body shape or structure are undesirable. The feathers or all covered areas, the fleshing and finish, the muscling is determined by the feel of the width of the breast, back particularly over the loin region. The breast meat is mostly valuable cut of the meat on the meat bird because of its yield. The white meat, which it commands the highest market price. The loin is the indicator of the muscling throughout the carcass, much as the loin eye area of a beef steer or market hog. The thickness of the bone also indicates the muscling due to the fact of the more muscling an animal has, the larger the bone must be to hold that. Cleanliness and appearance. Like other meat animals, broilers are shown as a pen. This exhibit is intended to determine if the exhibitor understands the basic principles of meat chickens. Pens are intended to be matched as closely as possible. This means they should appear as 3 peas in a pod. A pen exhibit stimulates the industry's need for the uniformity in the bird and the ultimately produce a uniform product that the consumer demands. The most confusing part of matching 3 pens of animals is the fact that the pen of meat animals are the same sex. This exhibit should be either cockerels or 3 pullets. They should weigh nearly the same and have similar body structure, fleshing, and finish. Carcass weights are then recorded to again show for the unity of the pen. The final judging was on the project workbook area. Figuring the feed efficiencies seemed to give everyone trouble. In reviewing the worksheet, I could see where exhibitors got confused. Simply, feed efficiency shows how many pounds of food it takes to gain 1 pound. On your average chick, started at 6 ounces. If your final weight was 5 pounds, 6 ounces, then your bird gained 5 pounds. For this example, we say the pounds of feed consumed was 10 pounds. So it took 10 pounds of feed to gain 5 pounds of weight. That means that there was 2 pounds of feed to gain the 1 pound. This gives the efficiency of 2. Knowing that, you will be able to calculate feed required for the future broiler projects. Baumgars should be congratulated for the excellent birds they donated this year. Taking into consideration the hot weather, the difficulties involved due to the COVID virus, though I feel everyone has room for improvement next year. This year I'm awarding there's 8 lavender ribbons. So everybody receives a lavender ribbon. You guys did an excellent job. Connie was very impressed with the quality of birds. I happened to be able to view your workbooks, and I think the largest chickens that we had that were unprocessed were over 8 pounds. The carcass weight on these birds were over 6.5 pounds. So I'm assuming that these kiddos are going to have an excellent chicken dinner coming down the pike. So thank you, exhibitors. We hope you enjoyed this, and you all received lavender ribbons. Clayton Crewman, he had 2 lavender ribbons. Miles Crewman had 2 lavender ribbons. Kate Schollerman has 2 lavender ribbons, and Matthew Schollerman has 2 lavender ribbons. Thank you very much, exhibitors. Next up is our egg layer pen of 3. Egg layer pen of 3. We're looking for Kate Schollerman has 2, Brianna Swenson has 1, and Tyler Tunglin has 2. Please bring your birds up to the table. Remember social distancing if you will, please. Again, as a committee, we want to thank our parents, grandparents, and support staff for allowing and assisting all of these kiddos for being able to do these projects. This isn't the most expensive area, but it is a time-consuming one, and the kiddos do an excellent job. Our critters aren't quite as big as what the other barns have. With social distancing and everything, I know that our fair has changed, and we are only allowing grandparents or parents, and the kiddos can only have 2 individuals with them. And just a reminder, as we've going forward, we've got the exotic Newcastle disease and the highly pathogenic avian influenza, the H5 and the HN, or the H7, excuse me. I believe your class is complete. You should have 5 cages up there with birds.
Okay, so we're going to start again. You've got 2 pens of hens here. So tell me again what we have for the individuals who are not at the show here today. The pen right here.
They are production reds.
And the pen here.
They are Rhode Island reds.
And which do you like better?
I like the production reds better because they are more frequent in laying their eggs.
And for audience individuals who may not know or understand, what colored eggs do these hens lay?
They both lay brown eggs.
And how old are these hens?
About 6 months.
And so when you were getting ready to bring these hens to the fair, what were you looking for in particular to bring a pen of 3 to the Dickinson County Fair?
I was looking for a uniform in their color and really looking at their eggs when they laid them and just making sure they all look similar to each other in their pen.
And so how many more individuals do you have at home? Do you have hundreds or do you have 4 or 5 more?
I have 4 or 5 more.
So for some individuals who may not be raising birds or they're watching this off the fairgrounds, need to realize that it gets a little tougher to pick out 3 when you only have 4 or 5 total. So you're trying to balance out the best you can with the hens that you have here. So what I'm going to be doing on the hen layers is we're looking for balance, maturity, and how far along they are in their egg production, feathering, their uniformity, and not only the pigmentation in their feet and vent, but also in their size of their combs to balance out to see if all 3 of them in that particular pen, how well balanced they are for each other. One of the 3 is just a little bit smaller than the other 2, but they're a pretty good balanced pen. Looking at the next set, what I'm looking for is a uniform and how large their body capacity is, the maturity in their pin bones, the fading and their pigmentation of their feet and shanks. This hen is larger than the first one I pulled out. Really nice hen. The second one. And this third one is very similar to the first one. She's a little bit smaller in size. All 3 of them are very nice and mature individuals. But that one there is a lot better than the other 2. All right, moving on. And you are?
Brianna Swenson.
And Brianna, what kind of chickens have we got here?
Cochins,
And how old are your cochins?
about 5 months.
And so are they laying eggs for you yet?
No,
When they do start to lay eggs, what color eggs are they going to lay?
I think it's brown.
Okay, so we're going to take a look at these younger females. Calm down. Oh, there you go. Oh, now, you're fine. No. So how many more have you got at home to pick from?
I had 4 cochins, but one's a different color, so
Okay, so that's another thing for individuals that are here is just because they're a particular breed, some breeds have a couple of different color varieties. So sometimes when you get them from the hatchery, they're all these nice little yellow butter balls until they start to change colors and you realize, oh, wait a minute, I got some buffs and with some different bars and other type of varieties, and they can't put 2 or 3 different colors. They all have to be the same variety into your pen of 3, don't they? Okay, looking at the 3 here, they're a lot younger pen than the previous pens that we had, which is not a bad thing. It's just a thing. When we're looking at these younger ones, we're looking at their potential because they haven't started laying eggs yet. So we're looking at their body capacity, their uniformity. In these 3, we're also trying to find a balance. We'd like to have their heads and comb wattles the same. Their feather patterning on their feet and leg shanks are uniform. You've got 2 individuals in here that are very, very uniform in the maturity and body capacity. You've got 1 individual that's just a little bit more mature, even though they hatched on the same day, doesn't mean they all grow at the same rate. You've got 1 in here, she's just a little bit larger in size. That actually helps her pen of 3. The other 2 don't hurt it. There's just that difference between your pen, okay? And you are?
Kate Scholerman.
And so Kate, you have 2 pens here, and what is the pen on my left?
That's a Sapphire Splash and Alfreda the Czech breed.
And how old are they?
6 months. Rhode Island Red.
And how old are they?
6 months.
Well, how come she's only got 1 feather on her tail end? She get in a fight and lose?
We kind of have a mean chicken.
Yeah, they don't all play fair, so they kind of pick on each other sometimes. So, okay, so this one here, have either one of them started to lay eggs yet?
We've had 1 or 2 that started.
Of each, or?
Well, I think it's the Rhode Island Reds, but I don't really know because they both lay the same colored eggs. Rhode Island Reds. They're brown.
Okay, so again, we're looking at younger females. We're looking at body size and capacity, uniformity. You want to feel around the hand, feel her body capacity, her maturity between her pin bones. This one is pretty close to laying eggs if she's not already. This female also is very close to laying eggs. Good body capacity. Looks like this one got picked on. She's just a little bit smaller, but she's just as mature as the other 2. She's off just a little bit. Now, our Rhode Island Reds. Okay, so we have oh, stop. Okay, good body capacity. We've got a little ways to go with this one. She's not quite as mature as the other formula is. Here's another, a little bit younger. Yep, she's the one that's getting picked on, I guess. Oh yeah, she's, okay, so, come here. You know where Spin Bone's at? Yep, you're right. There, there's two bones. Okay, see how close those are? She's got a long ways to go before she lays eggs. But, I'm guessing, this one's a bigger body. Up, calm down. So this one's got more body capacity. Ooh, yeah. So where's the difference there? Oh yeah. Yeah. Wait, it's like drive a freight train down there. Yeah, that's we're talking really good. Okay, so so we are going to have 2, 3, 4. I need 2 lavenders, 2 lavenders, 3 blues. Okay, so I think they're great. The younger individuals, you give up maturity to the older females that we have down here. These are really good. You got 2 really nice uniform females. You got 1 really good female, but the other 2 aren't bad. They're just not quite at the caliber of maturity as your other female. These are great potential, especially you saw the differences between those. So in my opinion though, nice, healthy, mature, fairly uniform, in my opinion still quality individuals to stay in the blue. I'm going to go with maturity today. They're a little beat up, feathering, but I don't eat feathers, I eat eggs. So I'm looking at their production potential. I like this pen right here. They're just a little bit more uniform. Their maturity is just a little bit more uniform. Their feathering's a little easier. These right here, they're a little beat up, but they've got the maturity, they've got that body capacity, well deserving of staying up into the lavender. So we got the lavenders down here, and we've got the 3 blues right in here. Any questions? Okay, let's give these 3 exhibitors a round of applause on their hands, and we'll move into our next class.
Thank you, Tim. Lavenders today are going to Tyler Tunglin's 2 pens out there. Brianna Swenson had a blue. Kate Scholerman had 2 blues. Thank you very much, exhibitors. We're now going to move to our production birds, highline egg layers. We have 2 hens in that class, and they are from Tyler Tunglin. So Tyler's going to bring them into that side. We're going to keep the Tunglin table and the Scholerman table, and then we don't have to sanitize in between as much. And these kiddos probably gave their birds a bath. When they give a bath, generally they have 5 buckets. The first bucket is your shampoo and water. Your second bucket is going to be vinegar and water. Your third bucket would be bluing shampoo and water. Your fourth bucket would be, again, vinegar water. The vinegar cuts the soap suds out and kind of refrains the soap suds, or the soap down off of the body. And then your last one is a conditioner and water. And the birds will gain a sense of trust. So if they have a flightier bird, this is one way that they can kind of calm their bird down, and the bird earns their trust.
So in this particular class, what for those that don't know, what's the difference between this class and the last class you were in? They're brown chickens, right?
Yes, so the last class you were looking for 3 that were really similar in their body type and their looks, and here you're just going for your overall appearance in just 1 bird.
Are these the same breeds as you had last time, or are they something different?
These 2 are production reds like the 1 pen.
Okay, and how old are they?
These guys are about 6 months or a little older.
And are they laying yet?
Yes.
Okay, so we have one individual instead of a pen of 3, which actually makes it a little easier because now you only have one hen that you're looking for the good body capacity, egg production type feathering versus trying to match together 3 of them. Which one of these 2 do you think is better?
I like the one you're holding now. It's a little bigger.
It is. It's a little bit larger in body capacity. They're both about the same maturity. Feathering is good. Uniform. Alright, why do you have this variety of chicken instead of something else?
So these were actually at Clay County Fair last year, and they were pullets, and they were really young, and they were trying to give them away, and I said I'd take a couple and raise them up. So
Free is always good, usually, anyway. In this case, I think it worked out well for you. Without touching, handling, just like you were saying, this hen here has kind of beats out the hen on the left side because she's just a little bit larger in body size capacity. We want that body size capacity in our egg layers. The bigger, broader they are, deeper they're designed, the easier it is, generally speaking, for them to produce and lay eggs for us. So let's give, I need a lavender and a blue for these 2. And a round of applause for our exhibitor. Thank you.
Again, that's Tyler Tungland with his production highline layer hens. Thank you, Tyler. We're now moving on to our feather-legged bantam class, 109C, individual cockerel. Adam Schollerman is our only exhibitor in that class. And then we have one pullet, which if you flip, the kiddo's name is on the next page, and that would be Matt Schollerman. So we have one cockerel and one pullet.
Okay, so what is your name?
Adam Schollerman.
And Adam, what have we got for a project here?
The buff cotchel.
And what division or class does he fit into? Versus the previous classes. I mean, they were egg production. It's gonna be kind of hard. I mean, how big of eggs does he lay?
Pretty small ones.
Boy, you must have something really unique here in Iowa because geese don't lay eggs. I catch them. I usually do. Sometimes, not always, but anyway. No, I'm not picking on you, but I'm picking on you. Anyway, so we're looking at this one. How old is he?
About 2 months.
2 months. Okay, so what am I looking for? I mean, he's I'm not going to be able to get very much out of him. Maybe a couple of wings or something. He's not very big.
No, he's not.
Is he going to get much bigger?
A little bit.
Okay, so is he a meat chicken, or is he fancy, or why do we want to raise them?
Hobby for fancy.
Right, so fancy, hobby, something nice to have, but not necessarily a monster that we've got to take care of, kind of thing, right?
No.
Okay. So. Okay. Now, okay, so tell me a couple of things about him, besides he's a male and he lays eggs down here in Iowa. So what else can you tell me?
He's got feathered feet.
He's got feathered feet, which not all chicken breeds have feathered feet, do they?
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Okay, so his wings, he's got pretty good feathering in his wings, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And On both sides, that's good. He's got a nice, what type of comb is that?
Straight. Single.
Yes, right answer. All right. So, and we're looking at him, and we like to see a nice saddle in here, right?
Yep.
Which he does have. The older he gets, the more buffing he's going to have in his tail feathers, and he's going to look fancier of sorts, right? Okay, good. Nice individual, nice, clean and healthy. Okay. Now for the audience, we have two classes at this table. We have the male rooster cockerel, and we have the female pullet hen. So he is well deserving of a lavender. Very nice type and quality. The only thing, if I had a magic wand, I'd just like to straighten out one of his spikes in his crown or in his comb. He's just got a little bit extra gap that I'd like to change, but again, I don't eat combs. I'm looking at the appearance on him. Okay? And what is your name?
Matthew Jack Shulman.
Okay, so Matthew, there you go. So what do we got here?
Why do I forget this? Buff Coleman.
Buff coaching? Okay. So male or female?
Female.
And how old is she?
2 months.
2 months, okay. So the feathering is pretty good on the wings. We don't have any broken feathers. Nice straight comb. The saddle is starting to come through. Nice clean feet, straight toes, straight nails, everything's intact. We've got feathers on the feet. They're not broken. They're growing very nice. Nice saddle. Very nice young pullet that we have here. We've got another lavender. I think the quality is very high in this individual. Granted, she's younger, so there's the biggest thing that we're looking at in this particular one is body formation and feathering. And she's coming through very well. She'll look, in my opinion, a lot nicer the more she matures. Not that she's not bad right now, she's just young and she's still growing into herself of sorts. Right. When do you think that might be? Is that going to be another week or two? Or it could be a couple of months?
I'm not that great at age.
Okay. It's going to take her a little bit longer yet. It's not magical. It's not going to happen overnight or in a week or two. It's going to take a couple of months, and then she's going to be a very nice individual. So, and again, another lavender for this individual. Now I've got to determine between the male and the female who the champion bantam is going to be. Looking at the two, the potential in the female and the male, their correctness and overall conformation. I like the female just a little bit more. She's a little bit more correct in her comb and her body capacity. So I'm going to go with the champion here and the reserve champion here. Let's give these two exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll bring up our next class.
Okay, so Matt Scholerman was showing our pullet today, and he received the champion with his buff cochin, and the reserve champion went to Adam Scholerman. They both received lavender ribbons in their class. Thank you very much, exhibitors. And now we are moving forward to our next class. These are the standard breds. First of all, we've got our American breed. We have two exhibitors in that class. Both of them are Tyler's Tunglands, one with the Rhode Island and one with the Delaware.
Okay, so we have two standard bred. How old are these?
These guys are about 8 months.
They're I hope they're females, right?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so these girls are going to lay what color eggs?
Brown.
And are they starting to lay eggs yet?
Yes, they every day.
So which one lays more eggs?
The Rhode Island Red.
Is laying more for you right now than the other. Okay, so let's just take a look. So feathering is good. Uniform, good body capacity. No. Good maturity. Feet and legs. So is this more of a dual purpose or is she more of a egg production type hen?
She is more purpose.
Okay. Same way with the red?
Yes.
Easy now. No, easy now. Oh, sure. Don't worry. Yeah, I know. Life is so tough. Okay, she's a little more beat up, but I see her being a little bit more in her working clothes of sorts. She's got, even though, if you see the difference between these two, this red has got a little bit more body capacity and depth of body and more maturity between her pin bones than we've got in the individual here. Yes, she is a little more beat up, but she's kind of like I referenced, she's a little bit more in her working clothes and she's a little bit fancier. Her tail feathers haven't quite matured out as much as the individual right here. I've got two blues. The red is going to, in my opinion, is going to place over this one just because of body capacity. She's, like I said, just a little more beat up. I'd like to have a little more maturity in the individual here. Very nice quality. Let's give him a round of applause for his two individuals that he brought here. Okay, and your name?
Kate Schullerman,
And what have we got here for a chicken?
a Rhode Island Red,
A Rhode Island Red. Okay, now what type of a comb does a Rhode Island Red have?
a single,
And is this a meat chicken, an egg chicken, or a dual chicken?
I feel like she could be a dual chicken.
And what color eggs does she lay?
Brown,
Okay, so how old is she?
6 months.
And is she laying eggs for you now?
Well, based off of last class, probably.
Probably, okay. No. Yeah. Okay. Good body capacity. When I'm looking for body capacity, I'm putting my hands around the total body of the chicken. Whether you have the wings in or not, you're feeling across the body. You're also feeling how long the keel bone is and how much depth you have. And then you're feeling the maturity between the pin bones. The pin bones is a location where we're going to have the hen laying her eggs. She does have a single comb, but you can see that either she got picked on or when she was younger, she got a little bit of curl in that top right there. Again, I don't eat combs. That's just kind of a physical appearance thing. Nice hand. Okay, and is like one yours and one hers, and okay, I'm guessing you're like brother sister. Okay, who got the pick first?
Well, I don't know. I raised them, and she put a bird in there, so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what have we got for a variety?
We have white lace Wyandotte.
And about how old are they?
They are about 6 months.
Their combs look kind of funny. What kind of combs they got?
I want to say a rose comb, but a rose comb.
Yeah. Okay. So that comb is going to look a little bit different than the single that we had on the previous red. Go down. Now, no, stop it. Okay. So how come this one, if they're the same breed, how come this one's darker black than that one?
I don't know.
It's just the way they grew. Like you don't, your color hair, you're related, but different color hair. Right? Yeah, that's the same deal. And that makes it a little more. That makes it a little more difficult for some of these variety of not only chickens but ducks and guineas and others. Is when you have a color variation and they're not all red. I mean, red isn't just one color. It's, there can be a bunch of different shades. Just like this model and just like hers, you excuse me, you have the pattern, but you don't necessarily have the darkness or the definition. Again, colored feathers I don't eat, but that's just something that we're looking for, okay? Good tail, maturity, straight tone. Okay. Alright. So he had first choice, or did you get first choice?
I don't really know.
Just eeny, meeny, miny, mo, throw them in the box, and whatever comes out, that's oh yeah, well that's the fair way, Then you don't have to worry about who got first choice. Okay. So, which do you like better?
That one's better.
A little bit larger, a little bit
More mature.
more mature, and they're the same age. So
Yeah.
because they're the same age, we do see some physical differences between the two, right? I mean,
Yeah.
between these two here. Yes, there is just a little bit of coloring difference, which again is a difference. No. Oh yeah. All right. Go ahead and get your head up. Now, take your hand and put them right around like that. Okay? Feel it? All right. Now, you're doing that the same with this one. Come around, yep. Run this way. See that difference between them? Yeah. So next time. Okay. I was showing the exhibitors the body capacity and size difference. The hen right here is a lot larger in size. Even though they're the same age, doesn't mean they all grow the same. That's going to be the advantage of her over her in this placing today. She's got larger body capacity. We're looking for that body capacity so that we can get a lot of egg production out of the female. So you can go ahead and put her back in the pen. I have I have two blues and one lavender today. Young lady's right here. She's just a little bit smaller. She's getting there. She's just not there yet, but she's a good blue quality individual that we have. The young lady on this end is also going to get a blue. We talked about how her body capacity is just a little bit smaller. The hen exhibit right here is going to get a lavender. Very nice quality individual. She just basically out-horses, wrong species, but out-horses the other two individuals and places top in this class. Let's give all three exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll move into our next class.
Okay, Tyler Tungland had the first and second blue with his individual hens. One was the Delaware, and that was our first place from the previous class. Then we go into the individual pullets. Your first place lavender went to Tyler Tunglin, second place blue went to Taylor Tunglin, and third place blue went to Kate Scholerman. Thank you very much, exhibitors. We're now moving into our Asiatic breed, individual hen. Tyler Tunglin has one, and then we'll have Brianna Swenson bring up her individual pullet at this time as well, and we'll get her in the center cages.
Okay, so what have we got here for a hen?
We have a buff Brahma.
And what type of a comb does she have?
I am not sure.
What? Don't you have a phone?
No.
Go Google it. Anyway, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not. You. Before I give you a ribbon, you got to tell me what she's supposed to have. You better go get your phone quick. Yeah, I know. That learning thing, you know, you just can't get away from it.
Pea comb.
It's a pea comb. So how does a pea comb look different than a single or a rose?
So a single's just one straight up top,
Yep.
and this one is almost two, and it kind of falls over.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I really like about this female, and a couple of things I like to kind of use my magic wand and change. One would be her comb. Yeah, if you look at it, she's kind of like somebody squished it bad hair day and not letting it come back up. One of her toenails is broke off. It's not gone, but it is broke off. Now, that could have happened in a cage, or I don't know. I think our overall body capacity and maturity keeps her up into a blue, but that's kind of where she sits on that. So now we're going to move to the next class, and these are the pullets, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be right back. So, what do we got here?
We have a light Brahma.
Late brown. So, how old is she?
About 5 months.
About 5 months. So, is she laying eggs yet?
No, not yet.
So, how does she differ from the one on the other end?
She doesn't quite have as much body to her. She's a little bit smaller and not all there.
And that pretty much is because she's a pullet versus the hen. She hasn't quite had the maturity time, but that doesn't mean she's bad or she's not as good. Actually, she's really good quality. Good maturity, pose, good comb. In my opinion, she's a better exhibit than the one down here. Again, not to slight that one, but quality-wise, I really like the growth of her. Okay, and what type of individual do you have?
Partridge Cochin,
And how old is she?
4 months,
And what color eggs is she gonna lay?
light brown.
Okay, and how okay, no, not. Why did you pick this one instead of the other ones you had at home? What were you looking for to decide, yep, this is the one I want to bring versus the other one?
This was the only one that I had of the Cochin egg.
See, that's another reason why certain ones come to fair, because it's the only one that did die. Now, not to be morbid, but I've had kids where the fox, the family dog, the weather, heaven forbid, kind of eliminated some of our projects, so the kids still want to show, so they show what they've got. There, easy enough, easy. Okay, good. Okay. The first thing I'm looking for is her feet. Excellent feather growth. A couple of cracked feathers, broken feathers, but you're going to have that in these closer cages. Her wing feathers are very good, grown out, mature. Feathering. She's a little young yet. You know where the pin bones are? Okay, give me your hand. So right when you're checking, feel right there, feel that. The wider those are, the more mature she is, and that's what you're looking for in the egg production. Now, she's not bad, she's just young, okay? And young doesn't mean bad, it just means young. I have two lavenders. I really like the quality of these pullets. I think the individuals did a really good job raising them, nice and healthy. The feathers are mature. I like the individual down here as my first, if you will, of the two. And let's give both exhibitors a round of applause for their projects that they have here today.
For the Asiatic breed classes, Tyler Tunglin had first blue with the individual hen. We had no cockerels. The individual pullets, first lavender went to Tyler Tunglin with his Brahma, and Brianna Swenson was second lavender with her Cochin. Sorry about that. We're now moving on to our English breed classes. Tyler Tunglin's coming in with 3 individual hens, and then we have our individual pullets. Brianna Swenson has 3, and Clayton Crewman has 1. Again, we want to thank everyone for social distancing yourselves and for understanding us this year with the COVID. We're trying to keep the kiddos as many safe attributes as we can.
So, You got 3 projects here. What have we got?
We have a lavender Orpington and 2 speckled Sussex.
And how old are they?
They are about 7 to 8 months-ish, somewhere in there.
And are they laying eggs yet?
Yes.
And are they laying the same color or different color?
No, so the lavender Orpington lays more of a bluish green egg, and the speckled Sussex lay brown eggs.
Why would we want a bluish green? That kind of sounds like maybe it's not healthy or something.
Just for the looks.
There you go. That novelty factor. Again, if they're fed the same, they taste the same. What kind of comb does she have?
Very single.
And how many spikes should she have?
5.
Excellent answer. Yes. Nice and mature. Good. Excellent depth of body. All toes, all straight. Good. Nice. Nice hen. Oh, just been very broody, which actually is a good thing. Okay, so are these both the same age?
Yes.
So why did you got more at home?
No, not of this breed.
Okay, so it was kind of one of those, if I was going to bring something, they came regardless.
Yep.
Okay. Easy now. Okay. Okay. Easy. No. Yeah. Which one's the bigger pullet?
One on the right's bigger, but this one's got more definite color in her, and I don't know.
When you mean bigger, how do you mean bigger?
Bigger in her body. She just has more in her.
Okay. Grab the other hand. Same thing. Okay. Now, body size isn't everything because we have some breed differences here. The middle individual, in my estimation, is probably the most mature of the 3. Very correct. She's beat up a little bit, long as the one also on the right a little. The individual right here, she's got good body size and capacity, but then her breed is also going to be bigger than the individuals here. So you can't say, oh, bigger is better, because it's got to correspond with the breed also. So I do like her in her overall type and conformation. I really like the individual here. So in this class, we're going to have 1 lavender, and then we'll have 2 blues. Okay? Nice job. Let's give them a round of applause here. Move into our next class. So Okay. So what do we got for chickens in this class?
The Orphankins,
And how old are they?
4 months.
4 months old. Okay. So are they all? Did you get them all at the same time and just brought these 3 in?
Yeah.
Okay. So have you got more at home?
No.
So before I even get in handling, which one of the 3 do you like best?
The one on the very front.
One on the far end. Okay. So in this particular hand, pull it, I should say. Good feet, good toes, clean head, straight palm, good body capacity. And she's getting there. Good, good. We get to project 2. We'll just calm down. No. She's a lot smaller than the other hand. Hey, come here, give me your hands. Now I know you only have 3 at home, but put this hand here and put your other hand underneath my hand. No, turn it, yep, just like that. And then you see how small she is right there? Okay. Real young. Even though she's the same age, she's real young and small in her body structure. Correct. She's just a little bit slower in her growth. Now we get down to your best, huh? I think? Maybe? Changing your mind? I'm not sure. Okay. Neither am I. We'll see. Come here, girl. Turn around. Oh, yeah. Tell the audience. Okay, so. Go ahead and get that one out. Okay, so now go ahead like I showed you, kind of like a football. Take that hand under, hand over. This hand, right across. There. Now the same thing. Don't just put your hand in flat. Yep, there you go, and on top. Okay, which one's bigger? Yeah, right. In general appearance, this one might appear that she's a little bit larger, but body condition and size and shape, this one is a lot. Not just a little, but a lot. This one here is a little bit younger, not quite as mature as the other 2, but very correct, growing well. Just a little bit younger in that one. Now, this one's also the same class, right? Yes, okay. And what do we got here?
Both orphans.
And how old is this?
4 months.
And how many more you got at home?
Just one more.
So why did this one get to come to the fair and the other one had to stay home?
This one was a little bit better structured. Like bigger.
Bigger?
Mm-hmm.
So this one is a little bit larger and bigger than the one that stayed at home. Okay. Easy now. Easy. No. Okay. There we go. Now, you said the other one, that this was bigger than the one that stayed at home. Do you know how to measure body size and maturity? That, no, you come here. Okay, so give me a flat hand. Okay, so I will hang on to her, but I'm just okay. Now put your other hand flat on top of her. Okay, so now you kind of feel like a football. See how that size is right there? Okay, now maturity-wise, you got a pin bone. So go to my 2 fingers. Give me a light flat fingers right there. You feel those 2 bones right there? They're not very wide, are they? And that's because she's really young, and the older she gets, the wider and larger that she's going to have back there for her egg maturity. Okay? Easy now. Okay, so I have I have 3 blues and 1 lavender. The individual on the far end is going to get my lavender. Very nice quality, even though they're all approximately about the same age. She's got a little bit more maturity in size and scale than we've got in the other 2. Yours is growing well, just young. That's the biggest problem you've got. You give you a couple more months growth on this one and bring back, if there was such a thing as bring back, she would place probably a lot different than she does today. But let's give all 4 of these exhibitors a round of applause as we'll move on to our next spot.
Okay, the results for our English. First lavender for the individual hen went to Tyler Tunglin. Second place blue went to Tyler Tunglin, and third place blue went to Tyler Tunglin. For the English individual pullets, first place lavender went to Brianna Swenson with her Buff Orpington. Blues were Brianna Swenson, and Clayton Crewman. Thank you very much, exhibitors. We're now moving into our class number 114, Mediterranean breed class. We have 1 individual hen, and we have some individual pullets. We'll get all those brought up to the table, still having everybody at their own tables. Again, we'd like to thank Tim Larson from Medford, Minnesota for being our judge today. Also, we'd like to thank Alexis Nielsen, who is the 2019 Fair Queen, but is also representing us right now through this lovely COVID area. Also, thank you to Explore Okoboji, KUOO, Q102, and Tim Soper for doing our live stream, which is also going uploaded to the Facebook and the YouTube page. So it'll be on the YouTube and Facebook pages a little bit longer than the Explore Okoboji live stream, because that's just on a 24-hour basis. But we like to thank them. Kiddos, I know Tim wants to talk to each family representation. He'd like to do an interview so that they can post it on KUOO, Q102 throughout the week for the fair events, as we're kind of moving forward with that. So make sure that you stop and see him. You can either do it with your family group or individuals.
Okay, so what do we got for this breed variety?
We have an Andulzen.
And what is this one known for, or referenced as?
It's an Asiatic bird, so from overseas.
Okay, so it's an egg layer or meat or hobby?
She's an egg layer.
Okay, and what type eggs what color eggs should she be laying?
Brown.
And how do you know she's going to lay brown eggs?
You look at her earlobes, and if they're white, that's not a brown egg.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, very mature, good body capacity. How old is she?
About 7 months.
Okay. And if she's not laying, she's going to be laying pretty quick. Good bodies. Now, with this Asiatic variety, she's going to be just not quite as deep-bodied as some of the other standards or some of the other breeds, but very healthy. I'd like to see a little more definition in her comb, nice straight comb. Overall body conformation, good growth to her feathers, nice and uniform. One, okay. So with this one, we're going to give her a blue ribbon. I would like to see, she's kind of angled a little narrow in her front chest. I would just like to make her just a little bit broader, if you will. Now, granted, not broader as a meat chicken, just broader for egg production in that one. Good quality, just that little tweaking there. Okay, 2, 3. Okay, so what do we got here?
A salmon Favaroli.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast. Okay, so in this particular one, how old is she?
4 months.
And what color eggs is she going to lay?
Brown.
And so is she laying eggs yet?
No.
And how come she's got feathers on her feet?
I don't know.
What? Don't know. Look it up. No, not seriously. It's one of our feather-footed breeds. Okay. Whoa, she's weird. She's got feathers growing out the side of her face.
She has a beard.
Oh, that's what it's called. Good, good. So how soon do you think she's going to start laying eggs for you? How come she's got extra toes? So she's supposed to have extra toes, right? Yes. You know, don't say sure, say yes. I'm trying to trick you guys on how many eggs do the roosters lay, okay? I don't try to trick you on the rest of the stuff. Much. Okay, and what do we got here? Okay. For some individuals, what's this bad hair day thingy going on? What's that called? It's crest. So, unlike a number of other breeds of chickens, we're trying to have a nice uniform. I don't know if you can see that, but anyway, we're trying to have a nice uniform top. And it's fairly uniform. The coloring is pretty well balanced. I've seen some where it's like mostly dark on one side and a lot of white feathers, but this one is fairly well balanced. The coloring in the feathers is great. The body capacity. The tail feathers are just a little off, just little. I don't eat feathers, but you know, that's one of those technical things. Toes are good, nice and clean, straight. Nice, nice. Hold it, okay. And, oh man, this one really got off the wrong side of the bed, huh?
Yeah,
So what kind is this one?
a golden Polish.
That's not gold. I don't care if we're in Iowa country. That's not gold. What is it?
It's a golden Polish.
Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. So, how old is this one?
It's 4 months old.
Better go ask mom or dad. Go on. Oh yeah. Now, because you have to go talk to mom or dad, it's 4 months for sure, huh?
Yeah, it's 4 months old.
Yeah, I think you better go talk to mom and dad. Hey, if we can't have fun, I mean, jeepers, yeah. So this is a golden Polish. Okay. So what's this thing called? It's cap, top hat. Okay. How is that? How is this supposed to look or balance out?
I'm not really sure.
Oh yes, you are. Tell me. You know.
I'm supposed to go around its head.
Yep. So it's supposed to be a uniform kind of a crown around the outside coloring, right?
Yep.
And so we're supposed to look to see that it has a balanced coloring in the top, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this one does. Fairly uniform across the top. The feathers haven't quite, how old is this one? 4 months, you said.
Yeah.
So it hasn't quite matured yet. It's still growing out feathers, so that's why it looks like it's had a bad feather day. And the actual answer is it's not totally grown out yet. It's good, it's just not all the way there yet. Okay? Nice. This time I have 2 lavenders and a blue. I'm gonna, my first is right here. My first lavender is right here. Very nice, mature, fairly balanced. Nice individual, not because I gave you a hard time how old it is. You know, young lady right here, also a very nice individual. The modeling of the color in the head just needs to be balanced a little bit more. I think with a little bit more maturity, she's going to come through with that coloring. It'll be great. Very nice quality. Individual down here, she's just she's growing well. She's fairly well balanced. Again, she's on the young side, but I think she's a really good quality individual to stay in that blue category. Let's give all three of these exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll get ready for our next class.
Okay, the results for our Mediterranean class was first place blue, Tyler Tunglin. And our Continental Breeze, which we just got done doing, those were individual pullets. First lavender went to Miles Crewman with his Golden Polish. Second place lavender to Brianna Swenson. And third place blue, Taylor Tunglin. We're now getting ready for our pen of 3 standard. Brianna Swenson has a pen of 3 standard. Then we'll have to bring up all of our lavender first place ones to get our top standard grand and top reserve. Individuals that will be coming back, just so our kiddos can start thinking about it, are Tyler Tunglin with his white Why Not, needs to come back up. We will also need Tyler's Brahma to come back up. Tyler's Speckled Sussex to come back up. Brianna Swenson with her Buff Orpington to come back up. And Miles is staying up here with his Golden Polish. All of these kiddos had to go through the YQCA training, which is a method of training for these individuals. They know where they're, how to manage their birds, how to handle what's the proper spacing and distancing for these animals to have in their pens, as well as understanding that these critters are going to be going and can be used for food. That's some of the YQCA training that these kiddos have to do.
So what do we got here?
Brahmas, light Brahmas.
And so is this a production pen, breeding pen, egg pen, or what?
Breeding pen.
A breeding pen. So what are you looking for in your breeding pen versus some of these other individuals that had like egg producers or individuals?
You want to have roosters so that they're going to be able to have babies.
Okay, so we have a rooster that's in with 2 hens, and we want them to be as mature as possible. We want the male to be outstanding, not a wimp, right? Because he's 50% of our score. And then we want the 2 hens to balance out to assist the male for the pen, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so how many have you got at home? Just these. Wow. So how old are they? 4 months. So are they laying eggs yet for you yet? Nope. So in your two females, the first one that I had out is a very large structure, very deep-bodied, mature individual. This one's also fairly well balanced, but she's a little bit smaller in her size and scale. So she would, in this pen, kind of cost you a few points, if you will, when we're going into our rankings. Now, when you look at those two, after she fluffs herself, you can see that this one here is just a little bit smaller than the other one. Okay, now, the one thing that would help us would be an exceptional male to help give us a few extra points. Turn around. Well, he does help. He's got some pretty good size and scale and caricature to his body set. You know, some certain chickens have to stand up in a certain position to help balance off or show off certain aspects. He's a very good individual. He's not quite totally grown out. There's a couple of tail feathers that still need a little bit more maturity, but overall, healthy, clean, no broken toes, no broken feathers, which is kind of difficult when we're getting about the fair time and we put them into a smaller cage after they've been used to being outside. The one drawback to this pen of 3, like I said, was the hen. Still deserving, in my opinion, of a blue ribbon, not quite lavender, but a good blue ribbon exhibit that we have up here. So let's give her a round of applause and we'll move to our next class.
Okay, so our pen of 3 was first place blue, Brianna Swenson. Brianna's got to switch up some birds because her top place lavenders need to come back. Oh, they're already up there, never mind. It looks like they're ready to go. Should have 5 birds up there for your overall. This is for the top standard, grand, and reserve.
No. and figuring out the differences that in the classes. You've got my biggest difference that I have today is maturity. Now I've got some exceptional younger individuals that just quite haven't totally grown out in their feathering or their maturity, body size and scale, so that's kind of a disadvantage to them. I've got a couple of older individuals that are kind of in their working clothes, beat up a little bit, but you got to give them credit for the maturity and body scale and capacity that they have. I'm going to go a little bit more on the age over beauty kind of deal. I'm going to go with the mature individual on the far end. I really like the maturity and depth of body of the hen. She shows me what she's got. Young man down on this end is going to be my reserve champion. I see the potential. We're just kind of getting there, you know, so really close, just giving up a little bit on the maturity side of things. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause as we move into our next classes.
Okay, Tyler Tungland with his speckled Sussex, I believe, was our grand champion. And our reserve grand champion standard went to Miles Crewman with his Polish, Golden Polish. Thank you very much, exhibitors. We'll now move on to our large fowl other purebreds. So Clayton, Miles, two Claytons, 2 Miles, and 2 Tylers.
All right, what do we got here?
Appenzeller Spitzhausen.
Yeah, easy for you to say. Okay, so what division or what is its intention? Is it a hobby, egg layer? What are we looking at here?
It's an egg layer, but it likes to like roost on trees and more of an explorer type.
So how old is this individual?
4 months.
4 months old. Okay. Growth and maturity, healthy, with balance and color pigmentation. Nice. All right, what do we got here?
Sapphire gem.
Gem. And again, what's its claim to fame, or why are we, what class or group is it fitting into?
An egg layer.
Egg layer. What color egg?
Brown.
Brown eggs, okay. old is this?
4 months.
4 months. So is she going to get much larger, or is she about as large as she's going to get?
I don't really know, to be honest. I think this is the size.
So is this like the first year you tried raising them?
What?
Is this the first year you tried raising them?
Yeah.
So you don't know yet how big they're going to get?
Not really, no.
Okay. Do you want her to get twice as big, or what?
I kind of like the size she's at right now.
Okay, good, good. Is this one yours or yours? Yours, okay. So what's this?
A starlight green egger. Green egger.
Green egger?
Yeah.
So she's gonna lay green eggs?
Yeah.
She don't look very green.
Yeah.
So how old is she?
4 months.
And how many more did you have at home?
I have one more starlight green egger at home.
So why did this one get to come to fair and the other one had to stay home?
Because it looks better.
Okay, and when you say looks better, what are you looking for?
The other one just has like brown feathers, and this one has like golden and white. Yeah.
Okay, all right. The tail feathers, that's pretty good growth. Fairly uniform, that's good. Going over the top. What type of comb does she have? A peak? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure? Okay. We're having a chicken talking contest here, so this one wants to get in its words. You say it's a peacock.
Yeah.
Sure? It looks like a single.
Well, I think they're supposed to have those.
Oh, okay. She's just gonna grow into it.
Correct.
Okay. Nice balanced coloring over the top, carrying down into her rump. Tail feathers are fairly uniform. She is still young. I'd like to just balance her out a little bit more in her coloring. She's kind of heavy on her darker color over her wings, and she gets just a little bit lighter as she moves back. What do we have in this one?
An Appenzeller Spitzhaben.
Wait, can't you guys come up with simple names like chicken or something like that?
We usually call them just Appenzellers.
Ah, okay. So how old is this one?
This is 4 months.
And is there any other color that they might be in, color variety, or is this it?
I'm pretty sure this is it.
Okay. So what's her claim to fame? Is she kind of a fancy? Does she dance on water, or what's the deal?
She's an egg layer.
Egg layer. What color eggs?
White.
White eggs. How come that feather's not the same size? Because it's not. Right? Yeah, right answer. Okay. Look at this one. It's the same as the other side. See? There's that third feather handle. The same on that side. So basically that's kind of the way she's growing. So there's nothing wrong with it. That's just the way it is. Like, why am I fat? Just because I'm fat, you know? Okay. So you look at the tail feathers. You know? You've got 3 there. You've got 3 over there. They're fairly well balanced. Her color modeling is pretty good. about the same color of black and white on that wing as we've got on that wing. That's a really good balance. So how many, don't tell me she's the only one you got.
The other one that I have is Clay has actually.
Well, who got first choice, you or him?
He did.
Do you think he got the better choice?
I'd say they're pretty much the same other than the size of their caps.
This one is kind of not quite there yet, but then that's a little bit more on the I'm still young and growing out kind of thing, okay? She will widen out and be more mature. You see right inside there, you see those really short feathers? They're going to get longer, and the older she gets, the more filled out that she's going to be. But overall, her conformation is really good. Good, good feet, good toes, nice and clean. Just a little bit on the young side. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just the thing. Because you guys are brothers, like, which one's the best one? Yep, I'm getting there. Yep. So, which one's the best one?
I think that one's a little bigger. Oh, to these two. I would say the sapphire.
Why?
Because it's a lot bigger than the others.
So bigger's better.
When it's egg laying.
Okay. Which do you think is the best of the four?
Probably the green egger.
Because you can say green egger?
Just because of it has a unique feather pattern.
Oh. Good perception. All right, nice. All right. What do we got here?
Starlight green egg.
How old is yours?
About a year old.
So, at a year of age, what size egg is she laying? Is she laying about mediums or larges?
About largest.
Okay. No. What do you like about her?
She escapes out of my pen every day.
Oh, you like her getting out?
Well, she flies back in, so.
Oh, well, there, you got her trained good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, my chickens aren't that good. Nice balance, nice modeling, fairly uniform across the top, carrying down into her tail feathers. She's got a fairly uniform comb overall. Nice correct feet and legs. Really nice color pattern and balance. The only thing might a little bit of coloring. Her maturity puts her above the other four. Her overall body capacity, I would just like to change that coloring a little bit. The four individuals that we have here, we're all young. I like this individual right here. I like the green egger there, but overall, they're still on the mature side. Compete with the older individual down on it, and it's kind of like, not quite apples against apples. It's kind of apples to oranges. We're still in the same group, but we're not quite as uniform in the balance. We've got 4 blues and 1 lavender for the older individual on the end. She just kind of surpasses these 4 on her maturity and scale. So, any questions? No question. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and we'll move into our next class.
Okay, in our large fowl other, first lavender went to Tyler Tunglin with his bird. The blues went to Clayton Crewman, Miles Crewman, Clayton Crewman, and Miles Crewman. We're gonna go ahead and bring our ducks up, and it looks like we've got 1 drake. Caleb has our drake, and Adams actually moved down into our duck hens. Again, we want to thank our judge today, Tim Larson from the Medford, Minnesota area. Been with us a few years ago and glad to have him back. I am enjoying listening to him talk to the kiddos and getting that education about pin bones and what the saddle is and all that stuff. We're now moving forward with our, again, duck class. We do have our net in case we have one get loose. But we have one very talkative one.
Not actually that loud, but when you leave the mic by them, they are. So what have we got here?
This is a white-crested drake.
And how old?
4 months.
So is this primarily a meat, fancy, or egg breed?
It's typically just a fancy breed, but they kind of is.
Okay. So how many did you have to pick from? 5. So why did this one make it to fair and the others didn't?
This one just has the best body posture out of my drakes. He's true to the breed with his crest. He wasn't too big, wasn't too small.
Yep.
Real calm duck that likes to be held.
So is the crest balanced, or would you like to change it?
I'd say it's
Pretty good, pretty good. Good, straight heel bone, no bruises on the bottom padding. Nice individual, okay? So, definitely can tell he's a drake. Now the only thing, not quite, how old did you say it was?
4 months.
So the more he matures, he's going to start showing his secondary tail feathers. But at the present, I think he's a very good, mature individual, has grown well, his overall body conformation, feathering, crest, everything fits in just perfectly for this class. We have a lavender here. Who to use? Okay, sure. Go with these and then come back in. Okay, sure. So who's got what? You got those two and you got these two? Okay, so before we get into these here, so what kind of ducks are these?
Peking.
And are they egg or meat ducks?
Meat ducks.
And how old are they?
2 months.
And how much older are they going to get before they're freezer?
We don't know yet.
So you're going to raise them till like Thanksgiving or next week?
Probably till Thanksgiving, maybe a couple months.
Okay, okay, a little bit more. So are these like brothers? No, cousins? Okay, so if these are pecans and they're about 4 months old, right? 2 months, 2 months old. What do you like about the pecans versus others? Do you have other ducks at home?
No.
You just have the pecans?
Yeah, these are our first two. So these are the first ones that we've ever had.
First ducks you've ever had. Wow, wow. I think you did a really good job. How many more ducks you got at home?
These are it.
This is it. So these 4 are it. If they didn't grow, you were out of luck.
Yeah. But they did grow.
But they did grow. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Okay, so these 4 were the ones that you had. Who got first choice?
We just got them all.
Just got them all. Just eeny, meeny, meeny, and whatever comes out of the pen first is mine, and yours second, and so on.
Yes.
Well, that's a fair way of doing it. Okay, so So you guys have these 4 ducks, and you basically went eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Whoever gets whatever, right? Yep. So, which one of these 4 do you think is the best one?
I don't know. They kind of.
No. I'm a teacher. I don't know is not an answer. So you got to give me an answer.
Well, my favorite is probably the orange-billed one over there.
The one on the end?
Yep,
Which one's the best one?
That one.
No, because you got it, so it's the best one. Yeah, huh? Yep, there's the answer. You know what the right answer is? The white one. Good answer. They're all white. Yes, they are all white. Pecans are known as a very fast-growing meat duck. Okay, that's their primary intent. But there are individuals that do raise them for egg production. Okay, we are looking for fast growth, in and out, on the dinner plate kind of growth that we have here. They're all 4 the same age, right?
yep.
But they're not all 4 the same. Okay, which one of these 4 is the smallest?
I'm thinking that one right there.
Which one do you think is the smallest?
One of Adam's.
Oh, well, of course not yours. It's got to be one down there, huh? Okay. Believe it or not, the smallest one is this one right here. It's the one with the least amount of muscling down through that breast and into the leg thighs. That's the 2 biggest marketable parts on our ducks that we're looking for. Is we want a full breast and we want as much meat in the leg and thigh as we can get. This one, I agree, this one, in my opinion, is the best of the 4. Most mature, most muscling that we have. I really like these 2. Very uniform. A little bit smaller in body size and capacity. Not quite, if you're looking at a side view here, and then you come down here and you look at the one right here, this one looks like a bigger duck. And you get handling, and that is true. It is a bigger handling duck. But these are two pretty compact, muscled individuals. I've got 3 lavenders and 1 blue. Okay?
We have one more down there. Caleb has
On the
another.
left side, right side. Okay.
So before we place, we'll get that handled.
That one? So this one's also about that 4 months kind of deal. It's like
same
this
age,
one's
yeah.
same age as and that one there. So how many more do you have at home?
3 more.
So this one came because it was the best balanced
Yeah,
head
best balanced female, yeah.
that you had. She is a good female. Conformation wise, she is not going to grow like the pecans, even though she's a white duck. She is fairly well balanced, clean, healthy. I would just like to correct her top just a little bit, just getting a little picky. But then being on the younger side, we can get picky with some of them because, okay, eventually we hope this will probably balance out. We have 4 lavenders, but I'm still going to come back to the individual right here is the first place female that we have. I really like the growth and maturity. I like the fanciness, the cleanliness of the individual over here. She'd be my second if I had to rank them down, but 4 lavenders, 1 blue. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and we'll move into our next class.
Okay, so first place lavender went to Matt Schollerman with his pecan. Second place lavender went to Caleb Fersestad. Third place lavender was Adam, and fourth place was lavender with Adam as well, Adam Schollerman, and fifth place was Matthew Schollerman with the blue. We're now getting ready for our breeding pair of geese, but we're actually going to just have those all individuals and not breeding pens because we think Mother Nature is got 3 of the male persuasion up there. We're learning how to tell what sex these guys are, and I am no professional at this, so we're going to let the judge do it, and Andy is learning as well.
These are Emden geese, and they're around 3 months old. We got them back to end of April.
And you like raised them all together.
Yes, I got them all as babies and raised them up to what they are now.
Okay, so this is you have 4 individuals, and they're all same age. How many more you got at home?
None.
So that's why the 4 came to fair, so you didn't have to take any more chores. It's like, here you go.
Correct.
Okay, so of these 4, before I get into handling and going through them, which one do you think is the best one?
That end one there, he's tall and muscular. He's got that bulk to him.
So what is anybody looking for in Emden geese? I mean, do we want egg production? Do we want them to be fancy? Do we want them to be raise a lot of feathers? What's the claim to fame?
Meat birds.
Meat birds.
One of the best meat breeds in geese.
Yeah, exactly. They are. And so what we're looking for, we want fast growth as fast as we can get. They are a lot bigger than the pecans, and I mean they're different species, but still it's in the meat category. We are looking that we're as broad-breasted and as muscled in the leg thighs as we can get.
Yeah.
And you estimate, before we get into them, you estimate that the one on the end is the best.
Correct.
Okay, let's take a gander. Ha-ha. So, if you think he's the biggest on the end, who's the smallest? It's close. It's close. I'd have to agree with you. One thing, besides coming in and handling different on the geese than the ducks, you could see how broad they're going to be by just viewing the front view of it.
Yeah.
Yes, and you can tell just looking at him without handling that I agree with the one on the end that he's the broadest chested, broadest muscled individual. He's not ready for the freezer, but he's getting there.
Right.
Yeah. Now, if you want to put him in the freezer, that's fine. There. Okay, but I have 2 lavenders and 2 blues on these, and they're kind of on the opposites. This would be my first place, and this would be my second, and then I got my 2 blues in the middle. Even though it's the same exhibitor, the quality, they're very healthy and clean, but they don't quite have the balance of muscling throughout all 4 of the individuals. Now, if you get in and they're stretching, I mean, like the one on the end, he's stretching himself out. He may not feel as broad-chested until he sets down. That's just kind of that muscle tone that he can project there too. Let's give our goose exhibitor a round of applause. And
Tim, I have a question for you.
Uh-huh.
So do we have 3 drakes and 1 hen? Solve this mystery to us.
Oh, thanks. $25 question.
I'm trying to learn this too. So, as the kiddos come up, it's like the ducks have the sex feathers, which kind of turn themselves up. And you can definitely tell what your drakes are versus your hens.
I have a hard time trying to sex geese until they're older. I don't know how to vent geese very well. I can, but it'll take me a while. And I think we have, you either have 2 and 2 or you have 3 and 1 right now. You'll
That's
know
kind of
in
what
about
we-
another month. Because one, the questionable down there might be another hen, or you might,
Okay.
I know that doesn't help, but the way that one goes. Okay, but let's give our goose exhibitor a round of applause, and we'll move into.
Okay, so Andy Ashland had all of our geese exhibits for today. So he will have his 1 goose come back and leaving that up there. Actually, you can just leave them in there if you want to. Pardon me? Oh, gotcha, never mind. Thank you. You guys are good. So now we will have our top waterfowl. And so we will be looking at the drake duck, the duck hen, and the last goose. So once they have those off, and there we go. You have your next class for, this is the overall top waterfowl Grand and Reserve.
As I'm looking at the waterfall that I have up here, I've got, in my opinion, 3 exceptional individuals with some advantages and a couple of things we'd like to tweak. The goose, the biggest problem with the goose is it's not quite mature yet, so it's not showing, it's showing potential, but not what am I gonna do. The Pekin is almost there. The Pekin is showing a lot of good fleshing down through that breast and keel down into the leg thighs. Could use a little bit more time. A lot of good maturity there. Right here we get to the male that we have on the end. Just like to balance the crest just a little bit more, but then I'm getting picky, and we're also a younger individual, so in another month, it'll be a lot different than what I'm looking at right now. I'm going to go with the individual on that far end as the champion today. I really like the overall attention, the stature, and the set that the individual has. Like I said, just like to tweak that a little bit. My reserve champion, I'm going to come down here with the goose. I really like the maturity and growth on the goose. You know, broad chested, sets up really mature for this individual. Nothing to slant the Pekin. A lot of potential here. Just kind of going against a couple of high power, moving in on this individual here. So let's give all of our individuals a round of applause on our champions here. We move into our next class.
Grand champion waterfowl today went to Caleb Frostestad with his white-crested duck, and reserve went to Andy Ashland with his goose, Pekin. No. Right. Gotcha. Okay, so we are now going to have our overall poultry grand and reserve champion, and then we will move into our showmanship. So we will be looking for Tyler Tugland with his large fowl other, our standard champion, which was our speckled Sussex, our Banty champion, which was our buff Cochin, and our Caleb Frostestad with his white-crested duck. And just a reminder, exhibitors, we need to get interviews and everything with our gentleman from KUOO, Explorer Okoboji, and Q102. We don't want him to get out here with having your family interviews with him, because we would love to promote the poultry area and what you did today, because this is definitely an achievement to get to be able to do this, even though our fare is just a little different. It's all good. The photos in the backdrop will be open over in our barn for the photo opportunities. So once this is done and you have your interview done, you can go over and grab your pictures as well and get those done. Our Clover kits are going to be up after our showmanship for our poultry area. And then we have our fun class coming up as well, which is our costume class. So next up will be our senior showmanship, then our junior showmanship, then our costume, and then we'll go to our Clover kits.
Let's give these four exhibitors of these four top projects a round of applause before we name our champion reserve out here today. Having said that, we have a wide variety of differences, not just because of the species, but mostly because of age. We've got a lot of maturity on this end down here. We see some body capacity. We see what they can do right now. We get into the individual right here, a little bit younger individual. We'd like to maybe tweak just a little bit here. Again, another younger female that we have down here. We'd like to just make it, just a little bit more mature, but not bad for the example and project that we have here today. So it's kind of like the proverbial which of the individuals do you like? Do you like the maturity with a little bit of consequences, or maybe a little bit rougher shape of sorts? We like the younger individuals, that what might be their potential versus what is it right now. I really like the egg layer on the end. She's going to be my champion today. She looks a little bit rough just because of whether it's the cages or her age. I still feel that her overall maturity and her scale for her breed is exceptional. The young man right here with Duck is going to be my reserve champion. Just like to tweak him a little bit. We talked about that there. Honorable mention, if we would be the young man right down here. Really nice project. Again, just a little bit young to compete against some of the older individuals. So let's give all three again another round of applause, and we'll get ready for our next class we have.
Okay, so our grand champion poultry today went to Tyler Tungland with his speckled Sussex. Caleb Frostestad came in with his white-crested duck. And honorable mention was the Banty Cochin, shown by Mr. Scholerman at Scholerman. Thank you very much, exhibitors. We're now going to get ready for our senior showmanship. And we have two individuals there. They need to be bringing their critters to the table, please. Okay, since the showmanship is kind of knowledge-based as well, you're not probably going to hear as much of the conversation as they are having, so we're going to have a chicken-friendly garden. And what are some things that you could put in a chicken-friendly garden? As I went to my little books here, I've got a kid's guide to keeping chickens, which I found very useful. It's got pictures and everything, so if the kids have questions, different things that in your garden could be bee balm, catmint, catnip, chamomile, chives, cilantro, dill, lavender, lemon verbena, mint, oregano, thyme. And these are also things that you could possibly do as an edible herb wreath. I know Walmart you can buy those wire mesh wreaths, and then just put a clump of the herbs and everything together, kind of attach it to that, and your chickens will have an edible wreath that they can pick on. Something else fun for the critters as it's getting hot, and we have some heat today. The disposable little tin pig pans that you can buy at Walmart. Put just a little bit of water in there, throw in some ice chunks, and then kind of dice up your herbs and stuff, toss it in there, and it's a refreshing way for the chickens to have some refreshment as well as some edible things to kind of play with. Things that you do not want your chicken to have: black locust, bladder pod, nettles, milkweed, Orlander, poison hemlock, pokeberry, poppies, tobacco, wild mushrooms, and yew. Those are things that you definitely do not want your chickens to have. They like sprouts, so you hear talking about microgreens and that type of thing. Those are something that you could sprout out for your animals and have them out there. And it's just as easy as taking a mason jar and throwing in your alfalfa seeds or beet seeds, broccoli, anything like that, and sprouting them up and tossing them up to your critters. Chickens like berries. They like watermelon rinds, that type of thing, something that's very refreshing for them. It's always nice to have those type of things and possibilities. In here, I know we haven't done it at a poultry conference or a workshop, but you can do like a chicken pinatas. So if you have, by chance, cabbage that's going bad, something, or broccoli that's not looking great, or cauliflower that's not looking great, just tie it up with a piece of straw or the twine that you would get from that and hang it in the cage, and it's like a pinata for them because they'll sit there and it gives them something to do and something to play with. You don't want to use yarn, but that string that you would get, that would be more beneficial to them. The birds, you look at them and they're susceptible to different pests. Fleas are one of them, mites, and they can always get lice as well. So you really need to gauge your birds, check the vent area, check under the wings, check up in the neck of the animal, make sure that everything's going well. Grit is something that is needed for your chicken. Most of the commercial feeds that you do purchase out there do have the grit automatically in it, or oyster shell, whatever the case might be. You can also use your crushed eggshells that you've already kind of used for your breakfast eggs, as the case might be. You can buy chicken grit as well. The older the bird is, the bigger the grit can be. Okay. Sherry reminded me that we've got overall showmanship. There is no herdsmanship this year, but overall showmanship. The kiddos that do win the overall showmanship or showmanship today, we are having just one family bringing in the chickens that are going to be exhibited for that. That's Wednesday evening at 5:30. The small animals this year will be your chickens, your sheep, and your goats. Your large animals will be your swine, your horse, and your beef. The reason being, with the rabbits and everything not coming, is there is an incredible disease out there that's affecting the rabbit industry. It is called RHDV2. It's actually a disease that is causing respiratory issues. Majorly, it's kind of like the COVID right now in rabbits. There was an article that was posted in the Northwest Iowa Shopper from Spencer, Clay County Fair, kind of explained it. I've got it out in the vehicle and I'll grab it before the rabbit show, but it talks about how the breakdown of the rabbit, it just suddenly dies, and that rabbit has bleeding coming from the nose, and so it is definitely a very lethal disease. If you happen to go to a show, take the rabbit home to yours, and suddenly you have a rabbit that passes, it needs to go into your vet to be posted, because if it does have this, your entire herd will be put down. It is a very, very toxic disease for these animals. And the American Rabbit Breeders stated that within 150 miles of a case, there will not be a show. It is out in western Nebraska. We kind of kept track of it, and when it got to that point, we as a committee decided that it would be in the best interest for these kiddos to do a virtual show with their animals, and that's why we have a virtual show today for our rabbits, and we will have a projection screen up there. So. Also, if you have win overall showmanship this year, you will be able to re-qualify for next year. So we're just allowing the kiddos to get the recognition for the overall showman, but it will not affect anything for us next year moving forward.
Okay, so we have two individuals in our senior showmanship. I did not have them get the exhibits out. I watched them throughout the show, bringing their birds up, taking them down, and then I asked them questions about their preparation. What did they do? How did they feed them? And then what would they do different next year? And maybe next show, if they thought maybe they might go to another show, how would they prepare this bird a little different for a show next month or something like that. Both exhibitors are very knowledgeable about their project. I could tell that they had been caring for them. They knew details about how they prepared them, why they washed them the way they did, how they fed them, why they selected the particular individual that they brought here for today's show. A young man down on this end is going to be my champion senior this year, and the young man right here will be reserve champion. Let's give both exhibitors a round of applause as the seniors leave and we bring up our next group. Nice job.
Okay, so your senior first place showman went to Caleb Frostestad, and Andy Ashland was our second place. Good job, guys. That had a trophy with it and $5 from the Iowa Lakes Chamber of Commerce. So thank you to them for sponsoring that. It was great having the seniors exhibiting something other than chickens, so it was a bit challenging. I commend them for doing that. Now we're getting ready for our junior showmanship, and I know Miss Amy has kind of a pattern or map that she's going to have the kids so that we can have all the kiddos where they need to be. We're trying to be as social distancing with these as well, so the families are together because of course they live together, but trying to keep everybody where they can have that space in between. as I talked about that rabbit disease, the RHDV2, it's rabbit hemorrhagic disease. So, hemorrhagic, thank you, Nurse Tanner. So it doesn't impact human health, but it's affecting is your cottontails and your domestic rabbits. It's carried very similar to what the COVID is. It's on the coveralls, shoe covers, hair covering, gloves, any clothing. So again, you just want to make sure that you're washing your hands with warm soapy water before entering rabbit areas, after removing protective clothing and leaving your rabbit areas. So it's something to very, very concerned about. It's been overseas for a couple years, and we knew it was coming to the United States, but we just needed to have a little bit more knowledge base on it.
So, with this being the last showmanship class, okay, I want to point out a couple of things. One, COVID isn't our friend, so it kind of has limited some of your, I think, some of your maybe openness of sorts, because we haven't been able to put the chickens where we want in our classes. We have to kind of deal with them, move them from here to here. Okay, here's a family, or stuff. Okay, that's maybe not the normal, but that's just what we've got to deal with. One thing, I like seeing a big group of younger project exhibitors, because that's the future of any county fair. I don't care if I'm in Iowa, South Dakota, Minnesota, Wisconsin, that's our potential, is the younger individuals. Having said that, I want to give a couple of pointers, whether the only show you go to is here in Dickinson County, or maybe you had originally planned to go to 10 different shows this year and COVID screwed things up. One, take your time. The chickens, ducks, geese, whatever you're showing, can tell if you're wound up. Okay? Calm down. Okay? Calm down. Second thing, when you reach in for that bird, take your time. Now, I'm not saying take all day to get in there and get the bird in and out. I'm just saying don't rush it. And a couple of you, I saw you were kind of hurried to get the bird when I told you to get it out, which is fine. It's good to be moving, but your bird, again, we're in an unfamiliar pen. They're not at home. You're not acting like you do at home, so they're like, whoa, what's going on? So I gotta act different. And then they get all flighty, and then that kind of goes against the website, okay? The biggest thing, which was kind of the, if you will, determining factor of who was kind of on the upside and who kind of was maybe lower, regardless of the breed, regardless of what sex of bird you had out here, regardless of how big or small it was, you have to bring the bird head first out. Think about it. If you're in an unfamiliar classroom or place in anywhere, you want to see where you're going, right? You don't want to be, oh, just keep going, you'll get there. You know what I'm talking about? And some of you brought the birds out sideways. Some of you brought them out tail first. They need to come out head first. They come out head first, and you're taking your time, and you're not rushing through it. You're 60% up here. You're gonna, not only today, but in future poultry shows, you're gonna be ranking higher than an individual that can tell me 47 different color varieties of that particular duck or chicken or whatever. I'm more interested in what can you do now besides the knowledge of the birds. Okay? That kind of split the class in about half. I got 4 individuals that were like nip and tuck, nip and tuck, nip and tuck. I mean, I had to ask them some pretty technical kind of questions about preparation, not parts of the bird and things like that. That's kind of the knowledge part. Some counties have a knowledge skill set to their county, and some have just a physical show class. That's what I'm looking at today. I also do my showmanship, and I don't know, being ethically polite or correct or whatever, we should just maybe call it a showing class. Sorry, gals, you know, you kind of get slighted here, but the girls did pretty good today, guys, so maybe you should take some pointers, you know. But in today's class, the young man on this end, I've seen a lot today. Very few times, he wasn't perfect, but there was very few times that he messed up versus some of the rest of you. So, as a suggestion, don't copy him, but look at some individuals that show a lot and see how they work, especially if this was your first time showing, okay? He's going to be my top individual on that end. Young lady right here is going to be my runner-up reserve champion. almost, sometimes when you're in a showmanship class and the judge asks you questions, a smile goes a long ways. But answering the question without having your knees knocked together, now I know being nervous is part of everyday life, okay? But that's just part of showmanship. That's part of the extra side that we have to do with some of our classes and move forward with that. I hope you got something out of today's show besides wearing a mask and a bunch of sanitizer and who goes in what cage. Hopefully this was beneficial. If you got any questions, I'm still going to be around for the rabbit show. So let's give all of our exhibitors a round of applause as they're leaving, and we're moving into what our next class is going to be.
Okay, so our top place individual was Tyler Tunglin, and our reserve went to Kate Scholerman. Today they received a trophy. Tyler received a trophy and $5 from the Dickinson County Fair Board, as well as the Dickinson County Ag Society. Thank you very much for their sponsorship. Again, we want to thank Town and Country Vet Clinic this morning for checking our critters in, and Baumgars for the broilers. We have our costume class. They've got to set up their probably cages. We'll take one and put on the floor, so you've got your costume class. They got to put the costumes on those kiddos, and we'll bring them up. And then we'll have our Clover Kid poultry show. Poultry showers today is going to be Amelia Meyer, Elise Mendenhall-Boris, and Caden Swenson. In the egg class, Amelia Meyer and Caden Swenson. So if you did receive one of the little sheets out there, we did have a couple scratches. Elias Mendenhall-Boris. Gotta learn these names.
So we're going to get going here. We have two project individuals, and I'd like to know what your name is, what your project is, and what your costume setup is. So name?
Matthew Jack Shulman.
And your chicken project is what?
The kind of it's the class is costume class.
You're in the costume class. And so what was your theme or what was your setup for your particular chicken?
This chicken's going to get tested for COVID.
Tested for COVID? That's not a good thing. Well, actually, it might be a good thing. Depends. If it comes back negative, it's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
If it comes back positive, you going to eat it?
No.
Yeah, good choice, good choice. Okay, so young lady, what's your name?
Brianna Swenson.
And what chicken do you have for your project here?
I have a white crested blue Polish.
And what's your theme for your your poultry costume?
An airplane pilot.
So your chicken's an airplane pilot.
Yeah.
So how good do you think your chicken's gonna pilot your plane?
Not good.
Not good. Uh-oh. Why do you think it's not gonna pilot very well?
Because his wings don't hold the steering wheel.
Ah, okay. I didn't think of that. Okay, yeah. It's I suppose it'd be kind of hard trying to get those wings up there on that wheel, and you might get feathers in the way of sorts, right?
Yeah.
Well, what about this plane? You think it'll go pretty good with this plane, though?
Sort of.
Or is it gonna maybe crash?
I think it won't crash because the airplane doesn't fly.
Ah, might not get off the ground, so we won't have to worry about crashing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So how much? So how cooperative was your chicken getting ready for the COVID test?
It's pretty easy. The mask took a little while. I mean, he didn't really care about the little thing on his leg that much, but when you're dealing with their heads, it's all over the place.
Ah, so you have a special COVID chicken testing station here in Spirit Lake, I guess, right?
Yes, it's top secret.
Oh, one of those new inventions, just like the rooster laying eggs.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's give both of our costume decorated poultry chicken people a round of applause. It's always interesting having this class. Thank you very much. Blues. You bet.
Okay, so that was Brianna Swenson and Matt Schollerman receiving blue ribbons for their COVID chicken and their Amelia egg heart, I believe is what I heard last for Mom. So, okay, we are going to have the kiddos take their birds back. Just a reminder, we need to have the family interviews eventually here with Tom Soper. They are going to bring up the Clover Kids now for their poultry and their egg layers. So if the Amelia Meyer, Elias Mendenhall-Boris, and Caden Swenson will bring up their animals for the poultry. Three. Let me grab the cages open there.
Okay, what's your name?
Elias,
So Elias, what do we got for a project here?
Araucana,
And how old is your anaconda?
about 3 months.
And is it a boy or a girl?
A girl.
And so why did you bring this anaconda? Is this the only kind you had at home, or you had a special reason?
Because I was special reason.
Too late, whatever that was. Anyway, so why do you like this kind, or is this just something special that you and your parents picked out?
It's just a special kind.
So are you going to bring this kind of a bird next time to the Dickinson County Fair, or are you going to bring something different?
Maybe the same kind.
Where'd you get it from?
Walmart.
Walmart. Okay. So what do you feed it?
Corn.
Corn? Okay, okay. So, you said this is a girl?
Yeah.
So, what do you like best about her?
That she lays blue eggs.
Blue eggs. So you like to have Easter eggs all year round?
Yeah.
Yeah, good choice, good choice. I do too. All right, next. And who are you?
I'm Amelia.
Amelia. Okay, so Amelia, what kind of chicken do you have?
It's
Okay, it's the unknown chicken of Iowa. Okay, Guy, is it a boy or a girl?
it's a girl.
It's a girl. So, how many more chickens do you have at home?
I have three, and then three white ones that have brown on them, and then I have three brown ones that are all brown.
All right. So, why did this one get to come to the fair and the other ones had to stay home?
Because this one's my favorite.
Ah, see, sometimes being the favorite gets you to go to the county fair, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So how old is this one?
It's 4 months old.
4 months old. And are you going to keep it to lay eggs, or are you going to do something else?
I'm going to keep it to lay eggs.
Good, good. Okay, so do you think next year you might bring this one or another one like it to the Dickinson County Fair?
Maybe this one if it's still alive.
Yeah, that would be a good determining factor, you bet. Or would you like to bring something different?
I would like to bring the same one.
Okay, good job. What do you feed it?
I feed it corn.
Okay, and where did you get it from?
I got it from Bum
Guards, all right, nice job. And what is your name?
Caden Swenson,
And Keaton, what kind of chicken have you got?
Buff Orpington,
And is it a boy or a girl?
girl.
And what do you feed it?
Layer feed and cracked corn.
And how old is this chicken?
It was born on March 17th.
And what color eggs is she gonna lay?
Don't really know yet.
And what do you like about her?
That she's orange.
Okay, okay. Do you have other chickens at home?
Yes,
So why did this one get to come to the Dickinson County Fair and everybody else stayed home?
because my sister was bringing some, and we only wanted to bring the ones that she was bringing, and it was just one of the ones that I thought I wanted to take from her.
Nice job, nice job. Where did you get them from?
Bonbars.
Guards. All right. Well, the Clover Buds are always the fun class because we're looking at giving students an opportunity who aren't in the official 4-H group or age, and they can bring sometimes an older sibling's poultry or maybe something from a friend's. Let's give all three of our Clover Buds a round of applause as they have their projects up here, and we're giving them a chance to pick them up and head back.
So again, our Clover Buds today is we have Amelia Myrie, Elias Mendenhall-Boris, and Caden Swenson. Thank you very much, guys, for being part of the Clover Buds today, or Clover Kids Show. And then we have some egg class that needs to be looked at. We should have 2 packages. I should have Amelia Myrie and Caden Swenson's eggs. And we got out the scale again, so you can check out the little scale. Amelia's putting her chicken away, and Caden's putting his chicken away. And then we'll have them come up to be part of the eggs so that they can see how the eggs are judged. Okay, Amelia, you ready to come back up with your eggs, please? Up to the table up here with Mr. Tim.
So we've got two different types of eggs right here, right? We've got some white shell eggs and we have some brown shell eggs, okay? Like you guys might have heard when I was going through the older kids, is that regardless of what color the shells are, we're trying to get them all to be about the same, okay? So we're looking at this one right here and trying to see if we can get them to be about the same size, okay? Now, for example, let's put this one on the scale. And it says that we're sitting, well, if we quit bouncing, that's a little bit on the high side of a small. You see that? But once we put this egg on, we're on the high side of a large. Yeah. So if you went to the grocery store, you would get, even though you'd have 12 eggs, you would get more eggs in a large than you would 12 smalls. See that? All right. Now, on the other side, we have some brown eggs. Now, when you store eggs in a refrigerator, should you store them pointed side up or round side up? What do you think?
I think you should put them down side up. Pointed side up.
Pointed side up? Okay. The right answer depends on what you want to use them for. If you're going to use your eggs right away, it doesn't matter. But if you're going to store your eggs for a while, you want to put them the round side up because the air cell is on the round end. You know there's an air cell in there? And the older the egg gets, the bigger the air cell gets. That's why when we're trying to do hard-boiled eggs, we want to have older eggs. But you can hard-boil eggs that are a day old. You know that? And they'll peel just perfectly. You know how? You take this round egg and you take a stick pin and you put a hole in the round end. And then you boil them. And they'll peel just like they were 2 weeks old. You're like, oh, they will not. Well, you try it. You just try it. You just try it. Now, your eggs are a little bit more uniform. You see that? They're all about the same size. Let's find out. Well, the first one we put on there's a large. And then we'll just stick it in here and go eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and we'll stick this one in here. And sure enough, it's another large. And let's just go eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and we'll pick this egg. And it's another large. So that's what you want to do is you want to try to get all 6 of your eggs the same size. So in this one, they're all pretty uniform. Now, the biggest thing that he needs to do different is trying to get them the same color. You see that? Even though they're brown, they're not really the same color brown, are they? They're just off a little bit. But that's not a bad thing. That's just a thing, you know, right? I think both of you have got a lot of potential, and I encourage you to please continue with this project, especially the eggs and poultry. So you guys have a lot of good years ahead of you for the county fairs. All right? Congratulations to both exhibitors. Nice job.
Our egg exhibitors today were Amelia Myray and Caden Swenson. Thank you very much, exhibitors. Now we're doing just a little bit of change up. We're going to have our rabbit kiddos, and they had to submit these online, so it's a virtual show. So it's going to take us just a little bit to get things figured out. I got a couple books over here. Kelsey, run those over. Okay, we do have rabbit programs available. Kelsey, want to go hand out some of them? Perfect. Thank you. We do have one educational poster. So let's do our poster first. I didn't check them in, so Anna Marie Simone. Did Anna Marie check in? Okay, so we don't have an educational poster. So we're gonna move right through and start with our rabbits then. We have one Clover kid. Yep, after. Chelsea, did they do virtual for the Clover kid? Yes. Yep, Caden's the Clover. Okay. If we can, I don't know what they have for virtual. So Kelsey Arrett, we're going to have you come up here and sit with the judge and kind of go through your virtual.
So, we are going to kind of do a duel with this, mostly because it's the first time we're still all kind of learning. So what we're going to do is Kelsey's going to be our first exhibitor, and she's going to explain kind of what she's doing in the video, and this is kind of letting everybody know, because it'll, regardless of how long the video is, I'm kind of going to ask you kind of the same questions, like, what have you got for a project? What are you showing us on the screen? You know, what class might it fit in for the fair? Maybe some extra information that you might be telling us on the screen that you're going to tell us on the mic, okay? I see some of you in the audience that I remember from the video, so we'll just go that way, okay? And if you got any questions, you can ask me before we get going or even after we get going, and we'll proceed from there. Okay, so with that, go ahead and tell me what kind of rabbit you got? What is it?
I have a senior mini lot buck, and his name is Bubbles.
And how big is he?
He's about 5 pounds.
And what are you showing us right there in the video?
That was his tattoo on his left ear.
So why are you fucking thing like that?
Because that's how you're supposed to set up a mini lot rabbit when you're showing. And then I'm just basically showing you like how I would present him and what you're supposed to look for or show to the judge, like his teeth, and then his nails, and all that stuff.
So right now, what are you looking at?
I was telling how many nails and toes you should have on each paw, so on the front there should be 5, and then on the back there should be 4. And then I was just telling you some facts about the nails, like how the fur around the nails should be the same length as the nails. And then I told like what I feed him, how much of it, and just that he gets treats. And I taught him a trick that he stands on his back feet when he gets a treat, so I showed that too.
So with this project, how long have you? Okay, you said the name of your name of your rabbit was
Bubbles.
Bubbles. Okay, so Bubbles, you said that he would be in a senior mini lop buck class. How long have you had Bubbles?
For 4 years.
And what do you feed Bubbles?
I feed him Purina Rabbit Chow Fiber 3.
Okay, and why not ABC Rabbit Chunkies?
Just because that's what Bryce Schott recommended me when I got him.
Okay, good. Sometimes a particular breeder or individual has the rabbit started on a food and would recommend just continuing so that the digestive system kind of stays on keel. With COVID, what did you learn about Bubbles that maybe other years you didn't really know?
I did a lot more research, like about nails and teeth and stuff, than I would have in other years, just so I knew more about him. Just like nails and stuff, I just knew more than I did last year or the other years.
And what color variety? Now, for those who don't know, mini lops, like a lot of different chicken breeds, come in a variety of colors. What color is Bubbles?
Cocoa brown.
Cocoa brown. So how does cocoa brown differ from brown?
I couldn't tell you. I really don't know.
It's the shading. Do you have anything else you'd like to tell myself or the audience about Bubbles?
He's really spoiled and he gets to go out in the grass a lot. And I don't walk him, but he does have a harness that he goes on. And he really likes food.
Great. So I am not looking at the second page. Oh, good. It's empty. I'm just going to jot down a couple things, and then I'm going to give this sheet to her because I've already got my cheat sheet. And okay, fine. So what we're going to do next, I don't know who's next. Doesn't matter. If you want to get that ready, and I'll finish up my notes to
Yep.
give to Kelsey.
But your mini lop is going to be a 4-class rabbit. It's
And-
not a 6-class rabbit.
True. And Bubbles will get a purple today.
But you're going to have 2 in your 4-class senior buck class.
Great.
Okay. Brianna, your 4-class buck, what breed is it?
Is
Thank you, Kelsey. That was Kelsey Errett, and she received a purple.
it's the dwarf, right? Okay, so go ahead and so same deal with her, or like her, as you're going along with the rabbits, you're gonna tell them what you're doing, what kind of rabbit is it, and so on and so on. Okay, so go ahead.
So I'm talking about the fur color, and it's a black otter. Then I'm showing the poses now. So he has the front side, then earlier it was the right side. Then now it's the left side. Fortis, with an F, fortis. Uh-huh. So I'm gonna check his ear, and I'm gonna look for mites or missing pieces. And then I'm also making sure that there's fur coverage on the outside and colors that are not weird colors that aren't supposed to be there on the inside of the ear. Then I'm going to do the same on the other side, and then I read the tattoo, which is CS. So now I'm just checking the other ear. For the same things as the other ear. Now I'm looking at the eye to make sure there's nothing wrong with the eye. There's no signs of conjunctivitis, blindness. There's no weepy eye, walleye, moon eye, or any of those things. Now I turn him around and did the same on the other side. Now I'm flipping him over. I'm checking the nose for any discharge or any weird colors or spots. Then I look at the teeth and make sure that they're straight, there's no chips or broken pieces off of it. And I'm also looking to make sure that there's no wolf teeth or buck teeth. Then I check his first foot on the front, and I count all the toes and extend the leg all the way out to make sure that it's not broken and that it's straight. And I count all five toes on the other side and do the same. Next, I check the belly to make sure there's no tumors or bumps. Then I go to the back legs and I count all four of the toes and extend them. I also check to make sure that there's no sore hocks. There and extend the one leg. And then I check the tail and make sure it's not dead, there's not bobtail, there's no rye tail, and it moves. And then my interesting fact that I said about him is that his name Fortis means strong, even though he's really small.
Okay, so what do you feed your rat?
I feed him rabbit pellets that we got from Bombers. I think that he was born in 2015 in September. So he's then like 5 years old.
Okay. And anything else you'd like to give us on
No.
Okay, we'll have Madeline get up here and get our next Brianna for her next one, and it looks like it is 73S. So is that another Polish or Netherlands or Polish? Okay, perfect. Mr. Tim? Before you start your next one, did you have a color of ribbon for her? On the Netherland dwarf was a blue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then this, I'm posing him from the front right now. This is a chocolate Polish senior doe. So I'm just posing her on each of their sides. Then I do the same like I did on Foyers, where I check the ears and I make sure there's no mites or missing pieces or weird colors inside the ear. I also make sure there's hair coverage on the outside. Then I read his tattoo, which is 73S. Then I check his eyes, and I look for walleye, moon eye, weepy eye, signs of conjunctivitis or signs of blindness. And I do the same on the other side. And then his fur, which is flyback. Yeah. Then I put them over. And I check his nose to make sure there's no discharge or snuffles or any other color spots in there. Then I check his teeth and make sure there's no buck teeth, wolf teeth, chips, rakes, and that his teeth are straight. Next I check his front feet and I count all 5 of the toes, including the dewlap, and extend them to make sure that they're not broken and that they're straight, and I do the same on the other side. Then I go on the back and I check the sore hocks and I count all 4 of the toes and extend it. On the other hand, leg, I check the sore hocks, count all toes, and then I extend it. I feel the belly to make sure there's no bumps or abscesses or tumors. Then I move his tail so that I make sure that there's no rye tail, bobtail, or anything like that.
Brianna has one more in our 4-class senior doe. That's tattoo K104.
So my blue Dutcher's name is Bellis. And so I posed her. And her coloring is blue. She's a blue Dutch. Then I start posing her from each of their sides. And her pose is compact. Now I check her ears for mites, missing pieces, cuts, that there's fur coverage on the outside and there's good coloring on the inside. And then there's no mites or anything. Then I do the same on the other side. And I read the tattoo, which is 1047, I think. K104. So then I check her eyes to make sure there's no weepy eye, walleye, moon eye, no signs of blindness, and there's no signs of conjunctivitis. Then I do the same on the other side. Then I flip her over. And I check her nose so that there's no snuffles, there's no weird spots in her nose, and there's no discharge. Then I check her teeth and make sure there's no wolf teeth, buck teeth. They're straight, there's no missing teeth, they're all there, and then there's no chips. Then I count her 5 front toes on the 1 foot and extend it all the way out so that it's straight and not broken. And I do the same on the other side. Then I check her stomach to make sure that there's no tumors, abscesses, bumps, or anything else like that. I count all 4 toes on her back legs, I check for sore hocks, and then I extend it all the way out. And then I do the same on the other side. I count all 4 toes, check for sore hocks. And then I extend her leg all the way out. And I check her tail so that it's not dead. There's no rye tail, there's no bobtail. And then her hair I talk about, which is fly back. And then I pose her for the final time. This one.
Dutch is different than a lot of the other breeds. It's got a filter on there. So is there anything special that you need to look for?
You need to make sure that the lines are straight on where the color of the fur changes. Then you also want for her back feet to have the white go all the way to the white other patch, and hers almost do. They don't quite do it though. You're supposed to make sure that it has a straight blaze. And there are several ways you can have the blaze. You can kind of have it go higher or lower. It just depends on the rabbit. The cheeks, you want to have it so it's the one, yeah. Uh-huh.
That was the last one, right? we have Bethany, right? Oh, Brianna. Okay, sorry.
We need the placing color for Brianna.
The doe.
2 does.
The last, her Dutch is a purple,
Polish.
and her Polish is a blue.
Okay.
So she's got 2 blues and a purple. And then we have Bethany.
Now we have Bethany Frostestad with her junior buck. And the 4-class senior buck class, first place purple went to Kelsey Errett. Second place purple went to Brianna Swenson. In the senior doe class, 4-class, Brianna Swenson was first place purple and second place blue also.
Okay. So this is Oliver. He's a chestnut mini lop junior buck. And now I'm posing him to each direction. I'm posing to the left. Now towards me. He's a chestnut. He's kind of like a variety of colors, like black, gray, brown, and white, sort of. Now I'm going to flip him over on his back to check his underside of his body. So now I'm checking his nose to make sure it's not infected or anything. And now his teeth. And now I'm stretching out his feet to make sure they're nice and straight and not crooked or bent. Now I set him down. And I'm making sure that all of his toenails are not lost or broken. And now I'm checking his back toenails. And I'm checking his other back foot. And he loves grass, especially clover, and he kisses me every night.
differ from like the Dutch and some of the other breeds? How do you set it up different than what those like the Polish or the Dutch would set up? Sure. Yeah.
I want to make sure his ears are sticking out nicely and his tail is sticking out and his feet are perfectly in line with it. His back.
So in the media line, what is worth the most points when judges looking at them and evaluating? Is it their tail? Is it their back? Is it their feet? Is it their neck ears? What's worth a lot of points?
Maybe their posture of like their back and how it's in line with their feet and stuff.
That is the conclusion of our 4-class rabbits. We do not have any other rabbits. We move right to showmanship, but we're going to bring all the kiddos up. We're not going to show all of their showmanship exhibits because they could run anywhere from 3 minutes up to 15 minutes for their showmanship. And as we're getting closer to 1 o'clock, I know we've got some individuals that have got to get out and help with different areas. So we're just going to have Tim talk to them from his notes, from his showmanship. Do we have a color of ribbon for Miss Bethany?
She is also a purple.
She is also a purple. So now we do have to pick out our best rabbit, Tim. So we have our overall best rabbit and reserve.
This year I would like, from the information and presentation, answering the questions, we'll go with Kelsey
Kelsey Aaron.
with her senior mini lap. Will be
Okay.
the overall.
So she is the grand champion rabbit.
And then the runner-up will be Brianna Swenson's Blue Dutch.
Okay.
Will be the
Reserve champion going to Brianna Swenson with her Blue Dutch. Perfect.
now on the showmanship.
So we're going to do our junior rabbit showmanship. So again, we're just going to bring up our kiddos. And you can just kind of talk through what you saw on their videos and everything. Brianna, did you insert a showmanship video? No? Kelsey, did you do a showmanship video? Oh, it's part of your actual? Okay, gotcha. Okay,
I think everybody did a really good job in their presentations. Heaven forbid we got to do this again. A couple suggestions in general, not saying anybody in particular. One thing that you all talked about is you talked about what sex your rabbit was, but nobody showed me. Not that I need to see the nitty-gritties, but at least, you know, what are some things, especially with those of you showing bucks, what are some disqualifications or what are you looking for, you know, possible problems? Many of you told me about having clean eyes, making sure that you didn't have wolf teeth and, you know, those kinds of things, but nobody said anything on of sorts. The other end of the rabbit. One other thing that I think would have been really important, especially when we had a lot of variety in our 4 class, is nobody told me anything about the important points. Okay, like in the mini laps, the head and the character of how it sets is worth a lot more points than in our Dutch, which we need the ears up. and so on. So that would have been, I mean, I asked you those questions when you guys, ladies, came up, but that would have been something that you could have added to your video. I think you all did a really good job this first year, and I hope we don't have to do it again. But nice job to all of you, okay?
So your top showman today is the same as your grand champion
Yes.
rabbit? So
Right.
Kelsey Eric will be
And
your
the-
grand champion showman.
and the
Reserve will go to Brianna
Yes.
Swenson.
Right.
Thank you very much, exhibitors. And we have one kiddo for our Clover Buds, and we'll play him. That would be Caden Swenson. Sanitize and everything, okay?
All right, sir, have a seat. Okay, we're gonna- Caden, you're gonna tell us about your rabbit, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Please tell us, what kind is it?
A Polish
Is it a buck or a doe?
doe,
What? Is it a 4-class or a 6-class rabbit?
4,
It's a 4-class. Good, good. So is it a senior or a junior?
senior,
And what's the difference between a senior and a junior?
juniors are 6 months or younger, seniors are anything above that.
Okay. So what's something what color variety is this Polish?
Chocolate,
So what are you showing us now? Okay, the teeth. What about the teeth?
that it doesn't have wolf teeth, buck teeth, no bent teeth, or broken teeth.
Okay. And are you also looking at the eyes right now?
I already looked at the eyes.
Okay. What are you looking at now?
The toes.
What about the toes?
That there are no broken toes, it has all of its toes and that its legs are straight.
So how many females does it have in its back foot?
4 on each foot.
Well, how come there's 5 males on the front?
Because it has a dew claw in the front.
Good answer, good answer. All right. What else would you like to tell us about your rabbit?
Yes. Because it's a good rabbit and it doesn't have any wrong with it.
Nice job here. Look forward to seeing you in future years here at the Dickinson County Fair. With that, we'll wrap up our rabbit show and we'll move forward from there. So thank you very much for all the exhibitors, your projects. Like I said, I hope we don't do this again.
Caden Swenson, he was our Clover Kid for our rabbit area. Good job to him and coming out and doing that, stepping outside of his box. Again, thanking Tim Larson for being our judge today for both the rabbits and poultry. And he's got his sheet for his Clover Kids. Again, just a reminder, overall showmanship will be Wednesday evening at 5:30. Rabbits will not be involved, but poultry will.